Hey chat. Well, I really wanted to be productive today, so I'm just gonna do a whole stream of coding my game. Yeah, and hopefully I don't get the urge to completely turn the whole stream around and play Megabonk. Haha. This Halloween, like a day or two before Halloween, I really want to play, I want to beat all of Bloodborne. I want to it's gonna take multiple days, and it would be my first time seeing very much of it. I've only ever seen the very first section, and accidentally some other parts, but only a little bit. recently it really worked. What really works is before I'm having a really hard time waking up in the morning, so I have, before I go to bed, I make a really strong, I make half a cup of, like an actual cup, not a measurement, half a cup of one green tea bag, half water, one tea bag, and then mix it up, and then let it sit with a lid overnight. Then when I wake up, I can instantly sip from it, and then that's my that's how I wake up. It really works. But make sure to you gotta keep on drinking from the tea. You can't just think one big gulp of it will make you wanna be awake for a long time. I tried that once and I instantly went back to sleep. Let's the stream and the code Unity. So here's how I organize stuff. There's the dice. Wait, let me get some water. I was gonna stream at 8:30, but then Elko was streaming. And here's what I've made so far. So how the game works is you have a board of the dice locator, tile locator. Dice locator has all the dice in the let me trying to resize this. I'm not sure if you can even... You can barely see it when it's this scrunched up. So here's the dice objects and main tile objects. So that's dice object is the dice with the little arrows, and the main tile is just the background of it. The white tiles in the background. There's 9 dice on the board, just like it's over here. This. I'm not gonna like wait, yeah, this is easier to read, but you can't see the right side very much because of my images. And that isn't all. If I click 3 and hit R, and then it goes into the sideboard, and I can do this. Doesn't finish yet. I have so much to do. Well, let's get started. I can't explain everything right now. That would take way too long. But you can figure it out a little bit. I made sure every single, from the very beginning, in the Google Docs and Obsidian, I planned this whole game out in terms of in terms of the architecture, like all the, like what kind of, like what each of the games, like data type is, like for example arrays, lists, strings, ints, or integers, strings or just words. It's a string of characters. Let me just get started. If I talk too much, then I'm not gonna get stuff done. Each time I make a function, before I start coding it, I have some pseudocode. At first I do like a higher level, more abstract pseudocode, and then I convert that to more logical pseudocode, and then I start coding it. Given y split through each x coordinate. Actually, before I do this, I really need to completely change up how I'm coding the stuff. Maybe I should do that later. Don't know. I normally don't figure. I don't really feel like I don't have the motivation to code every single day. I really need to code even a little bit. Not sure where to even start. I have a switch statement, which is just a fancy version of a whole bunch of if statements lined up, and each if statement has a checks which state you're in. In which I control where the code goes in each state, so that I can. It's just easier to deal with than just having one large thing of just functions and then update the update function. Technically this is a bunch of functions and update, but I'm checking. It's a lot more. I'm controlling which functions happen a lot more precisely. So let's start a new run initially, and they'll go from one state to the next, and then fixing my logic.
Thank you for coming home. Sorry that the chairs are all warm. I left them here, I could have sworn. These are my salad days, slowly being eaten away. Just another play for today. Oh, but I'm proud of you, but I'm proud of you. Nothing left to make me feel small. Luck has left me standing so tall. After the rush has gone, I hope you find a little more time. Remember we were partners in crime. It's only 2 years ago, the man with the suit and the face, who knew that he was there on the case. Now he's in love with you, he's in love with you. My love is like a high prison wall, and you could leave me standing so tall.
Problem I usually have with coding. The reason I don't have that much motivation to do it on every day because each time I have to like completely refactor. Sometimes it's pretty rare that I refactor a ton of stuff. You know what? I'm gonna refactor later. I think it would be easier to refactor when I know exactly if I know exactly where my code is gonna be going in the future. You refactor at the very end so that like my code if I try to refactor too early, then I'm not gonna be thinking of future code, so it's gonna be, and then when I do that future code, I'm gonna realize any refactor that completely new ideas too. So instead of refactoring twice, I can refactor once. If that makes sense. The underscore means that it's a private variable. I definitely think I could have a coding teaching stream, like a Unity teaching stream. Why is Visual Studios always put global system at 32? It doesn't usually. It does that all the time. I mean, the sun is straight into my eyes, my left eye. I need to close the blinds. So my variables and functions are very detailed, or very long. For loop through. I want to for loop through each tile. Because the tiles are always going to be. Wait. The loops are gonna be so nested. Sorry about that. That's the only way I can think of doing this. Look at this pseudocode. Make new point manager and set turn to max. Before I do this, I need to make sure the code above is working. I need to do something before it starts working. Look at this monstrosity. 4 nested for loops. That's why I want to refactor the code. But if I refactor the code, it's gonna like take double the time to code everything. I'm gonna have to relearn a new way of coding my game. And I'm gonna have to change a ton of stuff everywhere. Not that many comments. Looks like I should learn. I think you couldn't see this code until I just did that. The biggest part for me of coding is just finding one bug, is finding how to solve like one bug, and everything after that will go a lot more smoothly. trying to find where it all went wrong. Looks like it should be working. Here's your problem. I need to make a function to change the dice's state. The dice's going through the wrong list. This song just randomly turns into a Minecraft dubstep. Really every like 5 minutes, and only in that tiny section is a Minecraft song or whatever it's called. Minecraft remix of some kind. The game I made on Unity right before this game is this first-person platforming game where you activate orbs near you. Like each orb, there's orbs, and the farther you're away from them in its orbit, the more the more it pulls you, and the closer and you get to the orb, the less pull it gives you. So it's kind of like the opposite of like the gravitational field. Let me be right back. I'm back. I'm probably not gonna stream for too long. I'm probably gonna do like a 4 hour 30 stream, because I do not want to feel like I need to do 6 hours of especially a coding stream every couple of days. Rather, I don't want to like unmotivate myself. In the very beginning of coding this, I made sure everything is private in some way, a private set, which means you can't control what the side tile effect flag is from other scripts, such as Queen Manager script, Game State Manager script. But the only thing I make public is functions that change the variables. So that I don't accidentally, so that all my, it's really organized this way, I think. I'm pretty sure. This is this coordinate here is 0, -1, and this is 0, 0. And I made it just now that this dice right here has the flag star, so that you can only, oh, there it goes, that works. You can only select this one and not this one, this one. Here's how the game works. As soon as you first you get into the game, you have a bag of dice, and then you fill the main board with dice. Here's the main board. And then you select 3 dice, any 3 dice. You hit R. Then those dice you selected goes back into the bag. And then you select 3 random dice from the bag, put it here in the sideboard. And then once it gets in the sideboard, you re-roll its faces on each dice, and then you select the first dice. You can only select the first dice, very left one, and then it will go in any place you choose. But the next 2 dice will always go from left to right in English reading order. If I put 3 here, then this 3 will go here, and this 5 will go here. 3, 3, 5. Yeah. Let me make sure we try all the possibilities. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it works. Thank God. Because I don't want to keep on refactoring that code again. I manually put it the 0, -1 dice's type star manually, but once I refactor my code a lot later, then I'll have a function that will make it a lot easier to make board states, so I can customize every aspect of all the of what the board looks like, and what dice and what stuff the dice have. For some reason, doing that just made all the indents like messed up. I'm gonna reuse the structure of this. It basically does the same thing, except the code that's in it. Let me make sure I didn't accidentally Control X. No, it's still there. Don't want to redo this again. It's 4 nested for loops.
I can't commit to believing that I'll get what I want. I'm afraid of what I want. Even in my fantasy, I keep the car running in case I need to take off. The months blur together. I watch the ceiling buckle. I wonder when it's caving.
Well, I won't put the minimum width and height for now. And for now, you're gonna min width and height is gonna be 0. I'll make it a lot easier right now.
I'm turning off the car. I'm running to your porch. I'm sprinting up the stairs. The door swings open and you're standing there. You're beaming down at me. You're reaching out for me. Pull me in your arms and I feel your pounding. I take a step back to catch my breath and we look at each other and love all over and laugh. And laugh.
Not even showing the code. I'm forgetting to change the screen. Look how much I have to do. Wait. How much stuff I have to do in the future. Find scored columns. Get points from the scored rows and columns. Calculate score. Determine after scoring game state. This is a cane song, but I just had to at least had to use it now because I feel it. Determine after scoring and place modifiers. And activate modifier to activate modifiers, make new point manager, set turns max, and then show game over UI. Reset game.
Small-minded cruelty of man, like Fred Hergo with the take. So sick of this shit, he tried to fly away. Like a feeling he had in the willow tree. When the bridge broke and so did she. Like bless you bois, and fight his feathers. Cause the nerves are shot, so never feel better. Like a forest fire, like a crisis actor, like a 3D movie, like running forever, like a cocaine nose shot, like a bullet in the header, like crying in baseball, like endless winter, like glorious summer, like Rochambeau. The feeling you feel when you're feeling alone, like a new forgiveness, brand new way, the track on the laughter.
Visualize what it needs to.
And I took it from him.
It's a great song. have like the playlist I most use was made so long ago that it shouldn't even be called the name it is right now, because now it's used for a completely different reason that I don't feel like renaming everything. Or even just one thing. Because I'm too used to it. No matter which way we're looking through the y coordinates, it's easier when it's not in reverse. Using which order you should put the for loops in. once you find you get a height, a given height, you loop through each X coordinate. Then you want to loop through the main board to find the coordinate we're trying to we're currently on. Since the very beginning of me learning to code, back in very early middle school, I tried. Let me talk about that. Very early middle school, my dad, I wanted to learn to code, so my dad taught me, and how we started is learning C++, but then I very quickly realized I had no clue what was going on, so we moved to C#, and then went through the basics. I went to his work place, his office, to learn coding every, I don't know, couple of days. I don't know. I have no clue. And we did that. So then I got really good at C#. And we did coding problems from the website every now and then, as much as possible. In my first game, the first game I was really proud of, from just coding on the C# console, is just by using text. I made like a movable character on a grid. It didn't have collision, even though right now I could have, with my level of knowledge now, I could have added collision, but I didn't know how to do that before. and I once added some random, like some tiles, some positions that randomly teleport you to an enemy fight, like a JRPG, and but then I was trying to mess with a new kind of tried to mess around with like some higher level coding, but then my whole project became really huge and it was unreadable. So and it was hard to even just redo the stuff I did. So I decided to just move on and do something different. But I can definitely, if I just know the kinds of functions now, then I can definitely do that again now. I get really confused on these keywords. Let me research if continue does what it thinks let me research if what I think it does is true. Because they're really badly named. It does what I think it does. If I didn't put this continue there, then I would have to trying to make it as branchless as possible. So continue just makes it go to the next index. It completely skips all of what is under here and goes to the next iteration. It updates. Oh, yeah. Do that. Instead of going to the code down here, it's continue makes it go up here. Make the eye different. And this eye here controls just goes through each dice and main board. So once it equals this x chord and y chord, then it goes down here. If I didn't put the continue, I'd have to nest a whole bunch of if statements. And that's really hard to read. Instead of using OBS, I can use the minimize and maximize. It's gonna be a lot easier. Actually need to for loop through the tiles instead of the dice, because you can check whether a tile is empty or not if you for loop through the tiles. You can't check if a spot is empty with just going through all the dice. Actually, maybe you could, because I can just for loop through all the tiles and see if a tile equals this exact position. And if it does, then I'll see whether or not that tile has a dice on it. I think, in theory. I still have more of my really strong green tea. It's surprisingly not bitter at all, but it wakes me up. If it goes to here, that means that if it goes past this continue, then that means that this coordinate has a dice there. So I don't have to. Therefore, it's not empty. And if it's 6 chord is empty, and out of this chord chains. Going here. Three nested list is, I'm pretty sure that's not the only way you can do this. The very inner list is just a dice. You know, it's a list of dice. 2 is wait, no. It's hard to explain. First scored row is these 3 scored row chains. Do I need two lists or 3 lists? Yeah. this is the inner one, which is a list of dice. So for example, the first row chain has 1, 2, 3. That's not gonna score. Oh, I forgot to tell you how the scoring works. Once you put the side dice into the main board, then you check if you scored any dice. And how you score dice is when you get some amount of dice in a whole column or row. Then you let me how do I do this? Yeah. I don't know how to visually tell you this. Okay, assume. Actually, let me see if I can use text to show you. So, here's the first scored row. No, first scored row, second scored row. Actually, this is the. Never mind that. This is the board. And there's some empty spots in it. You can only score 3 at the least. You can score 3 in a row. So if this was 1, 3, 3, 3. The X is the board can have empty tiles. Actually, it's easier to see when it's a little X. So this would be scored because it at least has to be 3 long from one end of the board to the next end. That would be scored, and this would be scored. If it was, and it can be, the board can be any shape, so it can look like this. And if this was a 5, then you check for all the scored rows, and then after that you check for all the scored columns. And there's a scored column right here. here. Then you would score this column. You get 5, 10, 15 points to your scored points plus the length of it gets added to your multiplier. 3 to mul 15 scored points. And this wouldn't get scored because it has to be a chain of 3 of the same number in a row. So that's useful to look at. Makes it easier to make sure I'm coding it right. And since the very beginning of coding, I made sure my dad taught me how to make, and he taught me to try to always make visually easy to read code. And he said to not do stuff like this. I just don't think it looks good. This should be here. I'm gonna take a quick break to stretch and maybe eat a little bit. I'm back. For a given Y chord, zero, max height is 3, for loop through each one of these. As soon as you find an empty spot, then make a new so for example, if I just I have to make a new score chain right here, because I don't know when inside the code you don't visually see in the code if a certain, like it can be any size, but I don't know until this chain ends until you see an empty spot. So I have to add to score row chain. Trying to do this. Is it seamless? I have no clue what the capacity means. How can it be different than count? Instead of having 3 nested lists, I can just make 3 separate ones for each section. Maybe that's a bad idea. I don't know. This is the first time I have to use so many lists, nested lists. you would be surprised how good some Unity you'd be surprised how good the Unity tutorials there are that teach you the basics. The biggest motivator which really made me understand coding in Unity was a certain video tutorial series, which made me learn the very basics of how Unity works. Not just how to code or how it's structured, but like why it works. Like how to get reference to other scripts. Like these up here. And how to destroy objects and how to instantiate objects. Those are the real fundamentals. Just learning how to code isn't gonna teach you the bare minimum of how Unity works. You have to know more than just how to code. You gotta know how to code. Like how Unity always needs to work. What am I doing here? I've just been dissociating by talking, and I realize I haven't been coding at all. Actually, I've been coding this, but I'm not even sure if this works. I would have to make it a completely different. I would have to make it a whole new object, a whole class that would be named Gord Rodice, and then I would instantiate that as a game object. Right now. Actually, that's way too confusing. I don't really know. I add to a specific list. You can add null to a list. What is this song? Oh, it's Tomodachi Life. Rankings board, romance ranking. Research how to add to a specific list and then nested list. This is how you do it. You add a new list. And that should add a new chain. And it shouldn't be a regular list, because that's just adding another index to the length of that chain instead of adding a chain itself. That would be making a, this is one chain, second chain, third chain, and this chain should be null. And look up how to add like a dice to like the very inner list. You gotta use a whole bunch of brackets. I don't want to do that. That's gonna be so confusing. Just looking stuff up. I use the append method. And for some reason, no, it's the add method. It's confusing. Sorry for the wait. Yeah, I'm back. And I still have no clue. number of chains have to make a variable keep track of. This is really confusing. I can do that. Oh god. This is really confusing. I think I just split this apart. But then researching how to make 3 decimal lists in Unity more readable. So the stuff I've done before is like the hard, like these three functions took the longest to make. They're definitely the hardest thing I've done so far. Maybe. I'm not sure how hard this is gonna be right here. Okay, I looked it up, and I can have to make like 4 classes to represent the innermost data, middle, list container, our list container, and another class to represent all of those combined. Actually, a list of the outer list container, which is the scored rows. Just get in here. I think it might take too much space. Oh no, that's does not work. So I got. Wait, no. What is this bracket? Just gonna do it manually. Wait, this is commenting this out work. What's wrong with this? Maybe I just can't make classes and functions. This should work. I can even stack them. Why is it not working? Your header is not valid on this declaration type. It's only valid on property indexer field. I need to put serialized field. We need to put these classes in their own scripts. Maybe they'll work right. Maybe but I don't feel like doing that right now. I just want to code and not make new game objects and in here. We need the name. Probably not. Very important to figure out the right names for variables so that you can so that it's more easier to read. I think this is good. Source code. So I would add, if I wanted another I'm not sure how to utilize this. I would add dice to score and go dice list. Can I get scored road dice list? Dot. Cheat. Just get this correctly. Each crypt is a class. But what if it's not a mono? It doesn't. It needs to be a mono behavior, which means you can do stuff that you can, I don't know. It just makes it turn into a game object. I'm pretty sure. The song is called Phoenix Wright, Trials and Tribulations, Dahlia Hawthorne, Distant Traces of Beauty. I'm still pretty new to Unity. I have no clue how to utilize this, but there's no other way to, as far as I know of, to do this, because I do not want to make 3 nested lists. I can just have anyone, but the type grid manager script that scroll row chains can be used as type parameter. T. I forget what that means again. In the generic type or method object that instantiate, there's no implicit reference conversion from grid manager script that scroll row chains to Unity engine the object. Make a reference to it. Instantiate how I did before. Get prefab, and then a prefab is these things. These are the building blocks of a dice. It consists of face text, its faces, the current face-up object, and the face prefab, and the number of faces, and its current grid position, and board state. And a box collider so I can click on it. need to look up, how do I reach these classes and be able to use them. pretty sure you're putting a new keyword instantiates the class, which means go into memory and find a room for this class. So now can I get access to be public? Programming is really just having containers, having different data containers, and you use logic to use if statements to manage the rules for each container. And that's how you make everything coding. That's really true to it. still researching how to do this. So it doesn't really matter where your containers for data are. As long as you know the rules for where the stuff in those containers go, you can code anything. But knowing where the containers go is just how you be more organized. And make sure that that's pretty much it. I can't reference scored row dice scripts from here. Gotta do it in start or an update. Wait. Can I? Let me research that. Start early. Wait. Why can't I get the... Oh, I can do that. I'm just researching some stuff. So when it's static, that means you can use it anywhere. But when it's private, static, I'm not sure. Actually, when it's static, that means there's only one instance of this. What if I instantiate the second one? I'm not exactly sure. Pretty sure when it's not static, then it means that you have to I don't know. I forget. Never mind. What if I make this static? In static, you have to... Each time, if it's not static, then you have to make an instance. You have to reference the instance of it. But if it's static, then there's no instance of it. There's only one. It's like it's somewhere. It's something like the integer. You don't have to instantiate an integer. It's just it'll be there no matter what. But if it's a game object, then you have to instantiate a new one. But I don't really know. Like, what's the difference between a private static class and I think I know. You can have multiple instances of a non-static class that will all have different values, but with a static instance, you can have multiple instances of that class, but they all have the same values, I think. It's just an educated guess. From blah 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 Grenadier script dot score dice to score dice. I see. I can add a new class. New instance. Is this a list of classes or is it a list of... It seems like it's a list of classes. Let me look it up. What I'm doing here is making a new instance of the class scored row dice. And I'm getting the scored row chain and adding another scored row chain. It's just a list of scored row chain is a list of dice. It's a list of no, it's yeah. Scored row chain. Is a list. Contains multiple lists of dice. This is a multiple list. This list right here means that you can add multiple lists of dice. And if it was just scored row dice, I mean it would just be only one list of dice. I went multiple because there's gonna be multiple chains within one column. If it's not a empty tile, actually I can't do this here. If main script current grip position, if the coordinates of the dice does not equal the chords I'm trying to find, it doesn't mean that there's no main dice that will ever equal this. So I have to go through every single main dice to see if let's see if all of them don't match. I can make a int that gets updated each time it hits continue, and then once the integer equals the main dice, if it equals the main board list .count, and that means that it has went through every main dice. And then I can add a new chain. When it goes through the very last, assuming you have the last dice in main, if it equals this. If it, then the counter isn't gonna be max. Isn't gonna equal this. That means you would go to the which means that you would have gone through every X chord, so then the Y chord would go up from 0 to 1, and you would start the whole process over. That would mean that there would be no spaces, no blank tiles. If you just went through all of these and there was no point at which the dice doesn't equal wait. Only if it always equals the chord you're looking for. No. It's confusing. I think I'm gonna end it here. I have some chores to do. And yeah. Love y'all. See ya. Like on Saturday and Sunday. Saturday or Sunday. Bye bye. Love y'all.